Hello. You know, it's not very often that when I start with the viewer. Nice to see you, Joy. How are you doing? I am back to work on the game engine. It's been a while since my last stream, but I wound up doing a whole bunch of offline work. So I fully integrated Clang format. So not only do I have a style defined that I think I'm going to stick with, but I've also gone and refactored the entire code base to make it that much more maintainable in the future. I went squashing a lot of little bugs and a lot of little warnings I've just been ignoring for a while. Yeah, but it's I think we're off to a good start. A couple of things that I want to go over that are relatively big but useful changes. The first thing is that I wound up fixing a bug with the editor's open menu. So if I go to run the editor, we were working with file open and file close. There's a little bug with the library I was using where it wasn't actually properly disabling the window that does file open. And what wound up happening was that I was able to still manipulate the base window. And if I tried to resize it, it would try and recursively do the UI and it would crash. So now I've fixed the bug and it's totally safe. I have also changed, and I was just going over this in my documentation. I've renamed the enterprise namespace to be the EP namespace. The idea there is that I want to save some typing without having to use a whole bunch of using statements. So if we go back to test state, which is this is the very basic demo state that I got a scene loaded. Let me change back to the launcher. I've got a scene loaded with some sprites, and I've got some text that's being rendered, and I've got a little 3D camera, and it can toggle which shaders I'm using. This whole thing, I used to have to preface this whole file with using enterprise graphics or whatever, just to make it less painful to do graphics. I decided to take the executive decision to make the namespace shorter, so that way I just go EP input and then that's it. So now you can a lot more easily in your game code do input and all that stuff. I asked Nobi about some code and he was very helpful. Now I'm trying to fully understand logs. Nice. Yeah, Nobi's a very, very nice guy. Very, very into helping everybody. He doesn't, you don't have to ask him for help. He'll just offer it. I'm glad that you guys hit it off. What is it about logs that you're trying to understand? We talked about them a little bit in my last stream where you were here. Okay, so my current goal right now, I want to move on from doing a lot of the low-level maintenance stuff that I've been doing this whole last week. I want to see about actually getting a scene drawn inside of the editor. I think that would be nice. There's still some repair work that I know needs to go on regarding the loading and unloading of projects, particularly with graphics, but I kind of want to see some colors. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to simply run the game state code. So in my entry point, test game.cpp, this is the entry point to the game project. I've got GameSys where I've set up the renderer 2D system, and then I've got game init. So right now, this is where you're supposed to be doing your initialization for your shipping game state. And I have a separate play and editor in it for the purposes of setting up play and editor. But for now, I'm just going to see if I can get game init invoked and then render to the screen. I just don't feel comfortable with logs yet. Yeah, it's something that you have to practice to get good at, I think. For the longest time, I was only using logging in like the ad hoc sense, where you do the logging to print out exactly what you need to know, and then you get rid of it once you've solved your bug. But like knowing where you'll want to have information from in the future, that's important. So like taking a look at what I've got here, there's a lot of ad hoc code here. For example, right now, for the sake of developing the engine, I'm using test game as a test bed. I do actually have a version of the test game committed to the engine repository, so that when you ship it, you can build it as a build target. But where was I? All of the stuff that I want to test is going to change by the minute. So what I've been doing is I've just been making little changes to test out things within this project, and then just not committing them. So like the actual looking at the actual state of test game is really simple. It's literally just the entry point, and it doesn't contain anything. But yeah, like right now I've like got a whole bunch of stuff ad hoc being logged out of there. Like I got logging for GameSys cleanup, and all of the entry point calls, just so that I can confirm that they're actually being called. But that's all temporary. So let's head back to the scene editor. So presently, I'm in the launcher again. Let me change to the editor. So presently, the editor will automatically load test game project, or I can, in my debug settings, I can switch to run engine only. And this configuration is identical, except for I'm not specifying the test game project on the command line. So it just opens up the editor by itself, and then I can go open project and select the game project, open, and it'll load. The process of loading needs to be the same in each place. So if we go to file dialog, so this is where it happens when we go to file open project. We use the native file dialog to get a path to a project file, and then that out path, if it's been specified, we call EP load game module on it. And this is where it actually sets up the game. I guess that's where I would want to set up the play and editor stuff as well. because with load game module, it's a little unique in that it only happens in editor builds. Oh, hang on, no, that's not quite correct. There's actually two different places I might use the game module as opposed to the static library version. So the first would be in the editor, and then there's the launcher. So when I go to play through the launcher, what's this? Oh, I forgot to specify the project file because I changed my debug. When I go to play through the launcher, this is actually playing the DLL that contains the game code. And if I switch from that to the test game, this is playing everything compiled into a single executable. There's no DLLs, which is what a shipping game would look like. But what I can do, I can test whether I'm using the editor or not. I have a flag in the runtime that sets that. And so I can probably make that change in here once I scroll through all this YAML parsing stuff. I just don't have really any use for logs yet since I don't have any big projects currently. I just make different libraries for random stuff. Yeah, that's fair. It's something that you probably should still practice in your small projects. It can be helpful. Granted, if it's small enough, then like, why would you log at all? But like, it's particularly for error reporting. It's good to get in the habit of spotting, okay, that's an error, that's where I should write an error message, and then doing it. Here we go. So this is where we actually do the module loading. So if we look at the code, so on the Windows build we use the load library, and on other systems, so on Mac and Linux, even though I don't support Linux yet, it's DLOpen. So this takes the path to the DLL file. This takes the path to the SO file, which is the Mac equivalent of a DLL. And then it gets a handle for it. And then we check the handle. And interestingly enough, even though the function names are different, and the return value is technically typed differently, the code for loading up the pointers is basically identical. Just the difference is we use get proc address versus dlsim. So what we do is we confirm that we successfully loaded the game module. Then we get the function pointers from the game module, so we can invoke gamesys cleanup and all that. And then here we check to make sure that the DLL had everything that we needed in it, logging an error if we didn't. And if we didn't, then we reset everything. But yeah, then after that, this is our success state, I think. So we got these other else's that catch other error conditions. Okay, so technically I could do the success code right in here, but I'm actually going to do it a little bit differently. I'm going to, oh, hang on, no, I would want to do it here. So this is the very, very end of all the YAML parsing and loading down here where I say return true. Instead of returning true here, I'm going to get rid of that. And then at the very, very bottom, this is where we have the successfully loaded module. So basically all I'm going to do is I'm going to call, well, first I'll check the runtime. So this is just a global function in the enterprise namespace. So what we need to do is we need to do if runtime is editor, we'll do one thing, else we'll do the other. I think my problem currently is that I don't have a project that's big enough for me not to find the error. Yeah. I wouldn't stress so much about it. Once you kind of have internalized like the purpose of logging levels and things. That's the sort of thing that like you'll have it like filed away at the back of your brain as like a skill that you can use, and even if you forget most of it by the time you need to use that skill, you'll remember what it is and you'll know enough to be able to Google it. So I think you're probably okay if you just move on at this point and then start doing other projects. Getting into big projects is a really good way for you to, get practice with these concepts. The fact that you're even looking into this is like, that's a good sign. A lot of junior developers, they just skip over the details like this. And turn my fan on. Don't see a reason to use logging over try and accept. I think that they serve, like, I'm not a Python guy. I've used Python before, but like if try and accept are what I think they are, then they don't serve the same purpose as logging. Yeah, these are exceptions. So if an error occurs, or exception we call it, Python will normally stop and generate an error message. Some languages like Python actually, exceptions are considered errors. Objective-C is the same way. C++, it's a little more gray. Exceptions are considered exceptional states that you can recover from, or that you can pass the buck to somebody else to recover from. And basically though, in premise, they're the same. It'll kick you out, right? If you try something and it fails and it doesn't work, like you get a name error, then you'll go to your else statement. You might log, for example, in an except block. So if you try something, it fails. That's what this example is that I pulled up. It says try printf if except name error, and so if a name error occurs, then it logs what happened. But yeah, the logging is not about functionally improving. It's about providing future you enough information to identify what went wrong with code that you haven't touched in a long time. But anyway, we know from here whether we're in the editor. So what we can do is we can call game sys init from here. And actually that's going to be the same regardless of whether you're in the editor or not. And then we can call game init for, actually this would be for the launcher, and we would call play in editor init. Oh no, we wouldn't. We would just call game sys init by itself. Yeah, that's right. So I would actually do this. So if runtime is editor is false, then we will call game init. And game sys init is called anyway. However, I do happen to already know game sys init is being invoked. So let me see how exactly I was invoking it before. Editor source runtime, editor runtime. Okay, so what I was doing before was in the editor runtime, I was calling game sys init from here. And that's, a fine way to do it, I suppose. In the, what do I do for the engine? I guess okay, so for the shipping game, that's here. If and def, EP build dynamic. For the shipping game, I actually do it directly from the runtime class. And that actually makes sense because I'm not going to be calling... I don't want any code besides game code in the game project, so that's fine. The launcher and the editor, though, have been invoking those directly from their runtimes. I think this is probably okay for the launcher now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna change the way I had originally done them. So originally I was just having the launcher and the editor handle the loading themselves. I'm now gonna tightly couple this to the load game module. So load game module will not only load the game module, it will also set up the the initial game state or the initial editor state. So I'm getting rid of GameSysInit from here, and I'll leave void GameSysInit. This is where we'll do GameSysInit instead. We'll leave the GameSysInit call from the standalone game project, and in the dynamic we will, or in the launcher, we will get rid of GameSysInit there. And I'll look for the same thing and clean up. If you use an exception, it doesn't kick you out. The code that I showed Nobi was actually a function that prints the line of the exception type, and the file exception plus optional. The function can also write all the information to a text file if the file is specified. Okay, that's logging. Yeah. Doesn't it? So when you have an error in the try block, it doesn't skip you to the except block? Is that not how it works in Python? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I meant by it kicks you out. Not that it necessarily crashes or something, but it puts you into your error handling code. Yeah, in C++, that's a whole thing. The exact procedure, what happens when your exceptions break, because there's a lot of scope-based stuff in C++, so having to identify exactly which objects have their destructors called and stuff, yeah, and there's some overhead that comes into play that a lot of developers just vehemently don't like, or sometimes they're working in an environment where they just straight up have to turn that off. Python doesn't really have those problems, to my knowledge. Okay. So GameSys cleanup. So this is the editor runtimes cleanup call. That's normally where I was going to clean up the GameSys runtime. I'm getting rid of that. Actually, I will leave that. It's possible that I'll be in a state where I gotta close down the editor and I haven't unloaded the module, so yeah, so I basically made my own amplified and worse version of logging. That's yeah, that's fine. It's a learning thing. There's been so many times when I needed to have a feature, and so I just did it and then I learned later that it was like way easier to do using the standard library or using some other conventional method. Nobi will be a good resource for gut checking some of your code. Okay, so this is the launcher runtime. The launcher runtime is no longer responsible for GameSys cleanup. Unload. Oh, hang on. Actually, I had to leave this the way that I had it. I am getting sidetracked again, but I had forgotten how this code was arranged. I actually do have to, from the launcher and the editor, manually delete the engine runtime, and that has to occur after GameSys cleanup and before we unload the game module. So yeah, let me just quickly undo some of my changes. So there was some changing in here that needs to go. We're getting rid of GameSys.net here, and all that. And yeah, and this will be the same. Okay, so it's a little less elegant than I wanted, but I guess every situation where I invoke load game module, I guess I'm going to have to follow that with the game loading stuff. All right. That's not great. Anyway, EP is game module loaded. Okay, and then back to where we were up here. All right, so open file dialog. We close the current game module if it's loaded, and then we go to load up in here. Before I was calling GameSys.net, and I guess now that I'm looking at it, I normally wouldn't call any other code here, but for the sake of getting the ball rolling, I'm going to do a game init call here as well. And I'll say, oops, gotta spell that right. There we go. And I'll say to get rid of this. And the reason why this has to be a temporary call here is because normally when you launch the editor, the game's not playing at all. Nothing will play until you click the play button. The rendering of the scene and the levels that you're designing in the editor occurs with other code. But that's not the focus of what I'm doing today. I'm just focusing on getting colors on the screen. Okay, so load game module, we call GameSys.net GameSys cleanup, and now we will do the cleanup code up here as well. So we'll say game cleanup followed by GameSys cleanup. Okay, and just confirming I don't have another section that I haven't modified. Yeah, here I need to do the game cleanup like that. Run clang format. Good. All right, and let's see what happens. I don't think I have it drawing anywhere, but if I do, then this will be a good way to check. Oh, another big thing I changed since my last stream was I fixed a big ol' issue with one of my libraries was slowing down my builds by like 10 seconds. I fixed a bug and made it so that the library doesn't rebuild every time or reglob every time. Okay, so we got the test game project open. If we go to look at the debug console, we got GameSysInit invoked. I don't see GameInit invoked. Oh, because that's handled elsewhere. Hang on, runtime.cpp. So I'll just skip over that for the moment. I will instead change my debug profile to be engine only. What was happening was that it wasn't actually calling GameInit because it was being loaded by the runtime instead of the file open. So we'll go file open project testgame.ep proj. And now we're back. If we take a look at the console, we see that it says GameSysInit and GameInit. And it actually hung there for a second because it was compiling all the shaders associated with the build and was also loading all the assets associated with the project, which I'll have to think about, but that's a tomorrow problem. So the game's in here. It's supposedly running and possibly responding to input. It's tough to say. Let me go to... Well, first I'm going to go into the runtime, and underneath where it says GameSysInit, I'm just going to go ahead and do GameInit. And game cleanup, I'll do game cleanup. And that way, when I go to debug, I don't have to launch every time and go to file open every time. And then I'm going to go to test state.cpp. This is the test state. And I'm just going to go find input bind action. So this is the code where we set up the input for the test game state. I'm going to extend this a little bit. And I will do, instead of just calling end state when you go to exit, actually hang on. Instead of calling on toggle, but I'll just go into on toggle and I will log here. So on toggle, this method is being called when you hit the tab key or the back button on the Xbox controller. And I'm just going to do EP trace tab pressed, just to confirm whether or not the state is actually running in the background or whether it's getting input, because whether or not it's rendering onto the screen, I kind of expect it to be running. It doesn't seem to be getting input, so we're not off to a great start. Okay, interesting. And when I went to close, we've got a call, S cleanup. We've got a read access violation. Let's take a look at the call stack. So we're in the middle of the destructor. We call state manager cleanup, scene manager cleanup. If engine, delete engine. Okay, so what seems to be happening here is that the editor runtime is calling game cleanup and then game sys cleanup. And then the state manager still seems to think that there's states to clean up after. So let's skip the cleanup code for the moment. Basically, I'm doing a double cleanup in a way that the code wasn't written to handle. So I'll just skip the cleanup stuff real quick for the moment. And we'll just focus on the initialization. again, we're kind of just hacking together the solution. Okay, so we still got a call to a state that doesn't exist anymore, which is bizarre. Now that I'm thinking about it, because this is a shared pointer, it should exist still. Let's go back to the call stack. I must have misdiagnosed. Okay, alright, I think I see what's happening here. So this is actually a pre-existing issue that I just didn't catch. We are unloading the game module before deleting the engine, or the engine runtime, and so it's trying to clean up code. The issue is not that it's failing to access S, it's that the state list itself no longer exists anymore. Like the contents of state lists don't exist because they were unloaded part of the DLL unload. So how do I want to handle that? Game sys cleanup, unload game module. Well, let's review all the places that we invoke the cleanup. So let's go back to, so we're looking at state manager cleanup specifically. Okay, and there's actually only two places. There's the engine runtime, and there's the state. Well, let's hang on a minute. So this is actually the only place state manager cleanup is called in the engine source runtime. Yeah, I'm not excluding anything important. So why is state manager cleanup only being invoked that once? What if it's inside of state manager itself? That doesn't seem to be. So somehow this line is getting invoked twice, I believe. Let me recreate the issue. Okay, so I've hit the first breakpoint, and I hit continue. Okay, so if I hit continue, so it doesn't actually go back. So we're only hitting the breakpoint one time. Let's debug a little bit. So I'm stepping in. And here we are inside of the cleanup call. This is, if I go back to the call stack, yep, so this is after we've unloaded the module. If I take a look at the state list now, okay. Yeah, so what's happening is that the state manager still has a residual state in it, and it is trying to invoke its cleanup call. So I guess what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to, back in the state manager cleanup code, I'm going to have to handle this a little differently. I'm going to need to check the validity of the pointers before I call cleanup on each of them. Because the trouble is that I don't know. Let me stop that real quick. I will be calling statelist.clear here. But I don't know whether, when state manager cleanup is invoked, whether there's going to be any valid states still loaded that need cleaning up themselves. So I guess what I'll need to do is I'll need to do if s dot, I forget what the exact call is for shared pointers. There's a validity check for shared pointers. This is one of those new C++ things that I don't do. Get. I guess not. I just have to check it. So I'll just say if s.get, that returns the raw pointer. Oh, but you know what? That's not a good check because I don't know. It's not a check for null that I need to do. It's a check that it's in the address space of the DLL that just unloaded. Okay, so this actually probably won't be a good solution. So I guess the question is, how do I ensure that? I guess the state list has to be empty before we go to unload the module. So back here, this is the editor's runtime being called or being destroyed. We do the game sys cleanup call, which it does have a validity check. So if we go to close, the editor and the pointer is a null pointer, then it just doesn't invoke it. So that's a safe call. Then we unload the game module. I guess I'm stumped on the best way to handle this. This is one that I'm trying to consider all of the factors that affect all 6 build targets. Trying to keep this all organized in my head. There will be situations where developers are working in the editor and they will forget to clean up their own systems. So they'll forget to clean up their last remaining state. And I want to be able to ensure that all of their cleanup calls are invoked if they exist. This is a tough one. Let me take a look at that engine destructor again. That's in here. So this is when a game is closed, whether or not it's in the editor. We have these if-defs for handling editor versus non-editor. So in the static builds, so if in-def build dynamic, we do the game sys cleanup, game cleanup. And then after that, we actually cache all the command line options for future use when we go to reload this runtime. Then we go to state manager cleanup, scene manager cleanup. What if let me try this again. Instead of quitting from, there we go. Instead of quitting from here, if I go to close project, and if I continue past the breakpoint, I still get the exception just closing the project. What was the idea you had? Okay. think that there's a... Maybe I'm misunderstanding the situation. If I remember correctly, there was an order of operations thing where unloading the game module had to occur before invoking the destructor on the game runtime, but maybe I'm just not remembering correctly. So I'm going to reverse the order of those, rebuild, see what that does. Try this again. Okay, no crashing. That's good. Let me review what goes on here. We unload the pointers, or we set them back to null pointer for future state checks. We call free library, and we reset the file redirection. Oh, is that really all that does? Huh. So my idea was to make a function that'll encode multiple variables in a list with a placeholder between each variable. The function should return a single string that can be decoded into a list, basically hashing. Placeholder between each variable. You mean a placeholder like a comma separated list? Or do you mean... I'm wondering what you mean by basically hashing. If it sounds like you're talking about a delimiter, right? Or do you mean something else? I can't help but feel like I have overlooked something. Oh, this actually might be it. So in this case, I'm not quitting. I'm just doing file close on the project. And now I've got a similar problem. Let's go back up the call stack. All right, so we're in... This is the place in the code where we go to close the project. We set the window title back to the default. We call gamesys cleanup, and then we call unload game module. Okay, I think I need to go back to the drawing board for this one. So we go to statemanager.h to the interface for the state manager. This is actually where the states are stored. So they're stored as a linked list of shared pointers. And the idea here is that you can create if the input is hello, hello, bonjour, and the ID is IE 00 placeholder, 001 placeholder. So, and you would actually use the decimal representation of the binary for that, or do you mean you just have an integer, then have, and the placeholder would be what, the hash of the item? Is that what you mean? Where you would hash the data and then store that data as hash in the list. To like make it a smaller size. But yeah, anyway, the problem that I think I've got is that I don't have a way to validity check. I don't have a way to check the validity of any of the states in here. the idea originally is that you just stop referencing the state. I pop it from this list, and once it doesn't have any references anywhere, the state will then deallocate. But the problem I'm running into is that I need to clean up the state list. I need to invoke all of their cleanup calls and then delete the list. But I'm invalidating all the pointers at the time that I go to unload the game module. And I don't have a way to check easily, I don't think, whether those pointers are still valid. Because they'll point to some address in memory that's just not good anymore. So the problem I'm trying to dodge, let me just jot down my thoughts. So the problem I'm trying to dodge is that I need the state cleanup code invoked and all states destroyed. Now, this last part, destroying all the states, that's really easy to do. I just need to go statelist.clear, and I'm actually already doing that. If we go to the cleanup, we say statelist.clear. The trouble is that I'm trying to invoke cleanup on all of the remaining states before I do that. Do I call cleanup on at any point else in the code? Cleanup. Like, I'm wondering right now whether. So I've got end state, and so I do invoke cleanup on a state when you go to end it. Wait. Is this right? End state, ensure pointer, state strong. Okay. Yeah, so this searches for the state inside of the state list. Okay, and then it calls cleanup on it. Yeah, so I do actually invoke cleanup on the states when you go to end state. Okay, I think I figured out where my problem was. It's because I was trying to do too much here. I didn't identify that this was kind of a cursed problem in that it has no answer. I will just have to accept that the developers will clean up their own states. That is, that they'll erase every state that they create when they go to clean up their game. And I'll have to trust that they do that. I can't do it for them because by definition, when their game module's unloaded, I don't have any information about their previous state of the game, whether or not it was good to call cleanup on. So actually all I can do here is I just do stateless.clear. And then when a developer is writing good code, they can do state creation using state manager .insert active state or whatever, and then move on. I want to have a list with strings, integers, other lists, anything. I want to hash those inputs individually into a single string, and they should be separated by a placeholder. Then I want a function that I can take the entire hash list and decode the hash list and put it into a list. Yeah, I don't think that I am fully following what you're saying, because like you can't simply unhash a hash, right? You have to, like, if you're talking about using this as a method for storing data, like where's the original data pre-hash? Because, you know, once you hash it, not one of the big points about hashing is that you can't easily unhash it. So it's functionally associated with the data, but you can't fully represent all the data one way with the hash. You can only do validity checking and things. Okay. I've still got a problem. So in state manager.cleanup, we call stateless.clear. So this is in the process of clearing the state. Oh no. This is turning out to be a nightmare. So what just happened is that the shared pointer object still exists, but it's still trying to delete the memory at the pointer. This is annoying. It's more like an ID, so it's not really hashing. Okay, yeah. I guess I can see that. You might be talking about a hash table then, even though your form is to store it into a string. Are you familiar with hash tables? Hash tables are a really important data structure, and I think they kind of get at the problem that you're trying to solve, or they do the thing that you're trying to do. Yeah, so the problem I'm running with now is that when I go to try to clear the list, it is actually still trying, because of the way that shared pointers work, it's still trying to delete the memory that doesn't exist anymore. Oh, you know what? I know how to address this. I think I've. No, actually, I don't. I thought I had it, but I don't. Oh man. This is not the problem I wanted to work on today. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm going to have to. This is a chicken or egg problem. So what I thought I could do is I could just reverse the ordering and say that the engine runtime gets deleted, then you unload the game module, and then that ensures that the memory for the game module is still around. Now that's actually exactly what I need to do. So I got to. The problem is that I'm trying to do recreate engine runtime instead of just deleting and creating the runtime. I'm gonna need to split this up then. Okay, I think I've got it. So at this point we've got the titles set back to the default. We call game_sys_cleanup. Then we go to unload the game module. It has to happen after we go to delete the engine. But this is the scene editor instead, so instead of doing it from here, I have to do a new function call. Delete engine runtime. And then down here, instead of recreate engine runtime, we just call create engine runtime, which already exists. cool. And now back in the editor runtime, we now, instead of having recreate engine runtime, we will have delete engine runtime. And all it does, literally all it does, is just delete the engine. And then I need to go back to the header and add it. Create, delete. Okay. Then scene editor, we've got the order of operations is that we call gamesys cleanup. Then we delete the engine runtime. Then we unload the game module. So at this point, the engine has already cleaned up everything that need all the pointers to game module memory, and then we unload the game module. Then we recreate. That's looking right. But I have a typo somewhere. No member name to recreate. Engine runtime. Oh, I needed to. There's multiple places where I needed to do this. So we will do runtime, delete engine runtime, and then create. Okay, let's see whether this crashes. But yeah, hash tables, by the way, which I thought you might have been asking about. Let's wait, now it's not crashing. If I go to open the project, will it crash? Hey, okay, I think we're able to move on now. If I go to the debug console, it does appear to be doing game init as well. Okay, cool. Okay, I think we're doing all right. But yeah, hash tables are basically, you have your key and you have your value. I think in Python you have dictionaries, which I don't know if they are hash tables under the hood or not. But the idea is that you hash the key and then use that value to address the location of its value. And I'm not exactly, I'm not a pro on that topic. I haven't like made my own or anything, I'm a little vague on how it works, and frankly I probably should look this up. But the idea has to be with instead of having to linearly search through the list, you'll have the data arranged in a tree structure that makes it so that you can access in like O log 1 time or O log n time, or best case O1 time for big O notation. But yeah, I'm wondering if that's similar to what you were trying to accomplish with the IDs, and you're hashing the items to get their IDs. Okay, now that I've got this fixed, let's get back on track of where we wanted to go. First things first, back to the test state. I was testing the input. Tab pressed here. So I have the on toggle state. And when I go to press tab and look at the debug console, I'm not seeing anything. So I wonder why that is. Let's go to the initialization code and follow through with that. So I've got test data init has got a breakpoint on it now, and we can start stepping through it. First thing we do is we load the context file. That's just the text file that binds all of the raw input to the axes I care about. So the exit and toggle are set in the data file. So we are binding the action here. Let me step in and out and in. I have to do this a couple of times because it's like the fourth parameter that I actually want to step into. Input bind action. Here we go. The callback is the binding of that lambda. Okay, and then action callbacks has an element now. Good. So that's looking correct. I guess the question comes down to, is the runtime polling anything? Oh, the runtime is not polling anything. Okay, hang on. I know what's happening. Cool. So we have this is running call. The idea here was that the scene manager and state manager, their code would not be updated while we aren't using play and editor. However, the time in the input system should be, though. And the input system is what I care about here. Continue. Okay, so we are getting to the input system. We are servicing it. Let me go into it. So now we're stepping over all of the code. So this is just code that clears all the raw input stuff. Okay, and then we're resetting the active context axes. One thing that I miss from Visual Studio is the ability to just click on a line and then skip to it. I have to do something awkward like this, set a breakpoint, and then hit continue. Okay, get raw input, technical controller wake. Okay, this is where we would process the context. So looking at the context stack for player 0, we got 4 actions, 21 axes. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, so here we're processing the keyboard and mouse for that context. Oh man. So I'm a little confused now because it looks like we are processing the context that should be handling the tab key. So it's like the input system is running, but it's not getting the... That's it. It's not getting the events from the operating system. And I think I know why that is. Window... Win32... Editor. Okay, so this is the window code, the Win32 window code for the editor window. Oh, maybe not. I was thinking that that I might have been sending the data directly to IMGUI and then not using it. That doesn't seem to be the case either. So it's getting the WM mouse move. IMGUI is. IMGUI is also getting the WM input. Oh, okay. Right, okay, I get it. So this little flag here is what's preventing the input from working. So IMGUI has a feature where it can tell you whether or not it wants to consume the input. So if I check IO want capture keyboard, and it returns false, meaning that it doesn't want to use the keyboard input, then it'll invoke my code. For the moment, I'm going to comment that out just for the sake of testing. But I'll need to get it set up in such a way that IMGUI is not going to consume my input when I'm using Plan Editor. So let me go through all these breakpoints. Okay, back to the editor. All right, and if I press tab and go to the debug console, there it goes. Okay, it says tab pressed. Okay, so that's something I'm going to need to look out for. Now it says tab pressed 2 more times. I'm going to need to get IMGUI to release the keyboard input when I'm using Plan Editor. I'll put that on the back burner for now, now that I'm aware that that's a thing. Because without even dealing with that, I can work on graphics, get the scene rendering at least. But good, this is a learning process that sometimes takes a while. So we are going to instead now go to scene editor.cpp. So this is the code file that contains all of the panels and everything in the scene editor. And we are now going to go to the scene view. Oh, that's actually loaded up here. View as a scene. Draw. Here we go. So this is the actual panel that draws the scene view. And I kind of set it up before just to make sure that I could render something to it. Let's make sure that this code is fine. We are creating a frame buffer attachment spec, basically RGB8 with nearest point filtering, basic render target, and then we create the frame buffer. Down here in draw, let me follow up on cleanup first. Yeah, in the cleanup we delete it. In draw, we do IMGUI push style var, okay, and we do all of the scene view drawing. There's a bit of math here to get the exact dimensions of the drawable space because it's not actually, by default, it's not edge to edge. I resize the buffer to be the size of the viewport. And I believe that should all be working, even though I don't use that code very often. I then push the frame buffer on the stack, set the viewport to be edge to edge. I clear the viewport, and then I do. Okay, this is where I can do scene rendering stuff. So what I'm gonna do is, I guess I would need to invoke code like what we've got in the state. In practice, I won't actually be using game states to handle rendering the scene in the editor, because I'm just going to be invoking a camera draw call. I'll start there. I'll do graphics, push camera, and then we'll do a camera position of, what's the default in the scene that I made? I forget if I offset everything. Test state.cpp, push camera. Okay, so camera position, which is in the header, I guess. Yeah, cam pause. Yeah, so camera position starts at 5 units back. I'll start it there. Okay, and then the quaternion, we'll just do the identity quaternion I don't use GLM all that much in the last several months of working on the game engine, so I gotta look up how you're supposed to do that. And then you get to like pass it a value. Oh no, that's not right. I don't set it up as a default here. I think it's like a 1 in parentheses or something. I'll just try one, and if it doesn't work, I'll try the other. And then we do a projection matrix. It's GLM perspective, which I might need to include a header for. Yeah, GLM perspective, which is defined in it's defined in a header that I don't include in, yeah, so do include GLM, I believe it's GLM EXT, right? Or do I have to do HPP? No, I think. Now I'm getting myself turned around. GLM perspective. It's in matrix clip space .inline. I forget the header that it's supposed to be located in. The documentation didn't immediately tell me where to look. Is it really just in glm.hpp? Because if it was, oh, I don't have incomplete type not allowed. That's interesting. It seems to think that I don't have the GLM header. Do I not have the GLM header? Maybe this is a CMake thing. Taking a look at the files I'm including in CMake, we don't add GLM to the editor directly. We copy the files for the use of the build system when you're installing the editor. But if we go to the engine itself, GLM, we have an include, so we do have a public include directory in the engine. So by consuming the engine, I should have access to vendor/GLM. So I guess it's an open question as to why I include header, or I include graphics.h and then glm.hpp doesn't seem to make the trip. Maybe it's IntelliSense being stupid. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's actually A-OK and it's just yelling at me for no good reason. Here we go. So GLM perspective, because I don't have IntelliSense, I'm gonna have to copy it from here. So we got the field of view, we've got the aspect ratio, and we've got the near and far clipping planes, it looks like. Okay. and right 60-degree field of view is fine. The aspect ratio in this case we're going to get from the code up above. We have the frame buffer width and height here. So that's width, comma, height. Here we go. And so instead of doing width, comma, height, we do width over height, I believe, because its aspect ratio is width over height. Yeah, width to height. And that should be fine. User defined literal operator not found. What is this? That's a floating point literal. It's got the F on it. You don't have to have the dot or anything. What's that about? I should just be able to do 0f, 0f, negative 5f. What is up with you, IntelliSense? Maybe I'm confusing between C++ and C# right now, but I don't think I am. Yeah, digit sequence, decimal, exponent, suffix. Suffix, if present, is blah, 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 blah. Okay, actually, no, I stand corrected. There's no digit sequence that's immediately followed by suffix. In this case, decimal exponent is not optional. So, all right. I must have been thinking of C# or something. And then what's up with you? GLM, incomplete, type not allowed. Oh, it's a similar deal with the dot. Does it take an empty? I thought there was a constructor that okay. I'm just gonna build this and see if it gives me an error. Yeah, apparently it did. So apparently this isn't just a stupid IntelliSense thing. So there's a default constructor. there's a constructor that's got the vector and scalar for doing a rotation around a vector. And then you've got your X, Y, and Z. Yeah, explicit T quaternion, T mat 3x3, const reference M. And so this one takes just the one argument, and I believe that should be doing whatever. Pretty sure the identity is one on one of the ends. Oh, it's 1 and then 3 zeros. Okay. And then perspective seems pretty straightforward. I tell you what, it's 100 and something degrees out. I'm gonna take a break. I think my brain's just sticking. Because this should not be the hard part. Be back in like, I don't know, 10 minutes. Alrighty. I am back. Anything cool happen while I was gone? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I'm gonna be slowly munching on food while I work on this. But anyway, where we left off was we fixed some order of operations stuff regarding the destruction of the engine runtime and the unloading of the game module. So now we know by by trial and error, I guess, we understand that we have to clean up the game code, destroy the engine runtime, and then unload, because otherwise there's a chance that there's some stuff in the game module memory that will have some dangling pointers, even with the smart pointers. Hopefully that's not too gross sounding on the mic. But anyway, I was just trying to set up a simple freaking camera here. And for some reason I was having trouble with the concept. Alright. So push camera, we take a position, we take a rotation, which we need to provide a quaternion, and for some reason okay, so that works. The explicit constructor was all that was complaining about. There's some... For everything that's great about GLM under the hood, I feel like its syntactic sugar could use some work. Anyway, GLM perspective wasn't loading for some reason. It looks like it's genuinely not in the header, because it's not coming up under IntelliSense. So that should be from, I believe, GLM EXT, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, GLM/EXT. If I go to check that out. No, I'm not seeing it in there either. Field epsilon quaternion.hpp. Or it would be a matrix, not a quaternion. It must be under one of these subheaders. But yeah, let me go back to here. Okay. And then, will you resolve now? Okay, and I guess it does. So I guess why didn't I need to do that in my test scene or scene manager? Because scene manager.h included it, so I was getting a nested include. Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'm gonna move on. Perspective, converting 60 degrees to radians, and then we got the width over height, and then we got the near clip and the far clip. All right, so we push the camera, and at the end of this we got to go with the graphics, pop camera, boop. And then in between, we can render the scene. So I guess I would say EP scene, or EP. I don't have the scene editor header. Let me add that. Include enterprise/scene manager. And then down here we can do EP scene manager draw scene. And so we are not doing anything fancy. We are just pushing a camera, setting its perspective. We are going to render the scene using its default shaders and so on and so forth. Let's see what happens. Okay, we got a break. Unable to bind shader program and no fallback program has been set. All right. I should probably have a hotkey on the mute on my microphone. But let's go through the call stack real quick. So we're calling begin batch. Okay, so we're at draw scene. So draw scene has one callback set for it, and that's from the renderer 2D system. We're going through all of these sprite components. There are two, which makes sense. There's currently a sprite of Link and a sprite of... No, there's a sprite of Hollow Knight and there's a sprite of Madeline from Celeste. Cool, then we invoke the begin batch. Wait, what? So draw sprite components. Right, begin batch is the one that was going to be executed before that line. All right. And then we go to in batch. Is that model matrix enable? Oh, I'm not using a material system yet. Okay, I was just assuming. I actually do need to load a shader for use. In fact, I think the scene. I'm going to piggyback on the test state because the test state actually does load up some shaders, so I can actually just do bind shader simple material without actually myself loading the shader, which is a little hacky, but I'm hacking anyway. Yeah, so we'll do bind shader. So we got push camera, UV graphics, bind shader, simple material, and then draw scene. And I don't think I have to do a paired graphics unbind shader. I don't think that's a thing. So let's build and use that, see what happens. Okay. No assertion failure, but we still don't see anything. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, would you look at that? Hang on. Something weird is happening. So I've taken the scene, I've undocked the scene view, and at a certain point, I start to see the edges of these two sprites load in. So there's some kind of a transform problem. But we do actually got some colors going on in there for some reason. Let me dock it and confirm. Yes, it has nothing to do with whether it's docked. It has to do with its aspect ratio. Some aspect ratios will show this. And my guess is that it has to do with the fact that the frame buffer itself is nearest point sampled. So we're looking at the sprites on edge or something. Or they're just super narrow. But this is progress. All right, so let's review the... Oh, it's probably the quaternion. I probably screwed up the quaternion. Let me try that again. No, it wasn't that. At least it wasn't completely that. Yeah, I thought one was the leading coefficient. So I guess that was right. Let me do this a slightly different way. GLM plot, and we will use Euler angles. Oh, now the IntelliSense is giving me help. That would have been helpful before the break. Anyway, I can provide Euler angles. So roll pitch yaw. So we'll just do, pitch yaw roll. So 0 on the pitch. Actually, it's 0 on everything. Get us looking straightforward. Oh, it's gonna make me use doubles. Okay, whatever. Really? No. But I thought we could just plug in Euler angles. Is that not right? Oh, it takes a... Oh. Type itself is supposed to be a vec3, so we have to actually put that in braces. All right. Okay, yeah, that apparently wasn't it either. Maybe the problem has to do with the size of the frame buffer. So let me hit a breakpoint here and review what we got. So we've got Vmax and Vmin, which are the opposite corners of the viewport. We've got 687 on the X there, 687 on the, those are both max, 35 on the min. Okay. All right, I'm going to do something a little hacky, but that's the kind of day this is. I'm going to straight up throw in the controller code from test state. Oh, but that's not going to work because of IMGUI. What I'll do instead then is I will animate in one of the hackiest ways possible. So I'll just do this as yaw. So I'll do a static float yaw equals 2.0f, and then we'll do yaw plus equals 0.01f, and then if, well, I'll just keep increasing. I won't cap it. And then I'll plug that into here. So it's pitch yaw roll, so it would be the second element. And then run Clang format to make that a little bit easier to read. And let's see what happens if we ask the camera to spin in place. Yeah, and turn off the breakpoint. Okay, that's interesting. I've asked the camera to rotate in place, and we are seeing the edges of the sprites coming towards and away from the camera. That is bizarre. I'm trying to identify why it would be doing that, and I'm coming up with a blank. The only other thing I can think of would be maybe there's something wrong with the frame buffer itself. I mean, the frame buffer seems to be resizing. So like if I go to make it smaller or bigger, it seems to be doing all right. Like it's not being cut off and the view is being centered, so I think the frame buffer is resizing correctly. At least in terms of OpenGL memory. So this has to be a transformation problem. And I mean, this is what we've got is like super simple. Position, rotation, and projection matrix. Turn the camera off so I'm a little less self-conscious. But you know what I think it might be? Yeah, aspect ratio is width to height. Yeah, max minus min x and max minus min y. That's not it. Right, truly that's not it. Let me change the music up. I think we have exhausted that playlist. Eat one more meatball and then get back to it. All right, done. I was thinking that perhaps maybe I was just being a doofus and confusing my aspect ratio code, but yeah, this is confirmation that I am doing width over height correctly in my graphics API code. So maybe this has to do with how the texture is being drawn to the screen. Maybe this is a issue for interacting between IMGUI and my OpenGL code. So we got this add image call. We reinterpret the viewport texture. You see, nobody helped me. Then I wanted to edit the code, but I'm on my phone and had to use a website, and it's 327. So I accidentally did. Oh, oh man. Oh, that's. I'm sorry, dude. That's rough. Do you think you have a? Guess I'm gonna do it on. Yeah, maybe not do it on your phone. But you think you have an understanding of what it was that you were doing? Maybe I'll be able to jump right back into it tomorrow. Okay, Pmin, Pmax, upper left, and lower right corners. I have a hunch. And I'm just gonna try and see how it does. Okay, that wasn't enough. We still got weird projection shit going on. What I was thinking was that the OpenGL has a particular order for pixels in its buffers. So like between APIs, sometimes you have to flip the image upside down for it to display correctly. So Pmin, it represents the upper left. Pmin dot oh, hang on. I think it might actually be way simpler than I had done the first time I looked at this. Is this enough? Because I get Vmin and Vmax from IMGUI in the first place. Maybe I was transforming them and I didn't need to be. Okay, that appears to have very little impact. And now everything is upside down. So I guess I had the correct projection before, or the correct mapping before. I don't get it. What am I overlooking? Let me do EP graphics. Color. Wait, is that color texture? Oh, there's not a. Maybe I should add that. I was just going to change the clear color. Do I have it as an overload for clear viewport? I do have it as a overload, so I can do a vec4 with a color in it. So that'll be let me do 0.2 and 0.2 for the clear color. So this will be kind of a gray. And I just want to confirm that the rendering is actually reaching all corners of the viewport. Okay, and it seems to be. So that's useful information. We can see that the viewport itself, while we don't see the sprites very well, the viewport itself is rendering edge to edge. So what's going on? Maybe animating this a different way would be useful. Let me get rid of the animation code and just take a look at the scene view directly. All right, so here it seems like when I go big on the window, I don't see anything at all. It's only when I go really small that I start to see the sprites. Which tells me that I must be looking at them edge on exactly, or almost exactly. Let me screen grab that, and I want to actually confirm how many pixels I'm seeing there. So I'm just pasting the screen grab. It is literally 2 pixels. So you got the one column that's Madeline and the one column that's Hollow Knight. Which tells me that from the perspective we're looking at, they are not literally overlapping, which I guess makes sense because of the position of the camera. X, Y, Z. So it's at the XY origin, looking down the positive Z, the camera's moved back 5 units. I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to try animating this in a different way. So we're using the identity quaternion again, and just to make that explicitly clear, I'm going to do that. There we go. Because I believe that this will invoke the identity. Actually, I don't know that for sure, so let me do. Okay. And then I'm going to animate the position instead of the rotation. So that'll be... let's set the X as the sign of time. So what we'll do is we'll do static float X equals GLM has a sign function, I believe, and we'll plug in time, game time. Oh, that's not, I don't have the header in, I guess. Let me do that. So he made 2 functions that could create IDs and encode IDs using, oops, that disappeared from my screen too quick. So he made 2 functions that could create IDs and encode IDs using base 64, but his function couldn't encode integers, and the last variable of the decoded stuff was space, so basically none. I popped the last variable and made it so that that integer is compatible. Okay, I think I'm following. Creates IDs and encodes IDs. So the I guess I just don't have a full picture of what it is you're making, so I'm having trouble following that logic. Because if I understood you correctly, you're basically just like making ID value pairs where the value is the unhashed value and then the ID is the hashed value. Does that sound right? Basically a hash map, except for the you're hashing the value instead of the key. Including enterprise/time, and now I should have the time system. If I understand correctly, yes. Yeah. Oh, it's EP time, right? EP time. Game time. Okay. So what I've just done here is I'm taking the sign of the elapsed time in the game, and I'm going to use that as the camera's X value. So that it should oscillate back and forth. And actually, I should set that to be a couple of units. Let me set that to be 5 times the sign. Okay, and then I can do X here. Now, will that reveal anything? Let's... It feels doubtful, but we'll see. Okay, I don't see anything animating. Let me make that viewport bigger. Okay, so similar deal as before. Oops. You only see anything when you go real narrow. I don't understand what it is I'm doing wrong. So next I'm going to try to somehow remember which values were integers, and then when decoding, we'll turn those back into integers. Yeah. Are you're talking about identifying the type from the ID? So the ID doesn't just associate a piece of data, but it'll also tell you what kind of data it is. Man, this is really frustrating. I'm so close to having graphics in the editor, but I don't know what it is I'm overlooking. Let me make this way bigger, so it'll be oscillating from -10 to +10. And we don't even see any apparent motion. Which is interesting. It's almost like we're looking at this edge on from the right. But if that were the case, what am I forgetting here? Camera position, camera rotation. Test blend mode, clear viewport, blend shader, draw scene. Okay. Let me take a look at the scene file. So this is the data representation of all the entities in the scene. There's actually only the two. There's the Madeline sprite and the Hollow Knight sprite. Using text 1 and text 3, which let me confirm which is which. So this is text 1, and it's really small because it's pixel art, but this is the Madeline one, so 3 must be the Hollow Knight. We're using nearest point sampling on them. Well, actually, we're using nearest on Madeline, but we're using linear interpolation on Hollow Knight. I don't think that really matters in this case, but I'll leave that be. Its position is at negative 5x 0 0. The ID only works with strings. Tomorrow I'm gonna try to add a suffix that can be read before decoding, saved and removed. After it got removed, it'll decode as a string. Nice, yeah. That's a pretty good strategy. If you're storing, it's a hash, so it's ultimately in some sense it's still binary, but you're storing it as a 64-bit character, I'm assuming. But yeah, prepending and or appending prefixes or suffixes is a good strategy there. It's literally what languages themselves do with literals. Like in C++, you this is a double, this is a float, because the F is that extra piece of data. I don't think I'm overlooking anything here. The scene that I've loaded has +5 and -5 on the x-axis for the two sprite locations. So they should be like in front of the camera, and the camera should be back here. The rotation is the identity quaternion. They have a unit size of 2. And just to gut check myself, let me run the standalone game real quick. Yeah, the standalone game, like, minus the text to display, like, this is what we should be seeing in the editor, and I'm frustrated that I'm not seeing it. So what is it about? I guess one thing we could try is let me set up some breakpoints inside of the test state, particularly here where we push the camera. I'll set a breakpoint because I can review what that looks like. So push camera, camera position is 0, 0, 0. That's to be expected. Wait, is that to be expected? I thought we were starting at -5. Hang on. X. Oh, sorry, these are GLM swizzling things. After I've done that, I'll look into Base64 and see how that works. Yeah, nice. Base64 is not super complicated when you're working with big numbers. Like, so something that's a good exercise that probably everybody should try to do at some point is make a big integer class, because like when you run up to the limits of how big the values in your variables can be, you kind of have to deal with the overloading yourself. So the way that I tend to do that is I tend to use 64-bit integers and then have a string of them representing the next digit in Base64. Sounds like your hash method does something similar as a Base64 string, where it's a string of 64 bit numbers. Does Python do big integers for you? That's interesting. I suppose it wouldn't be that different from what it normally does, because it's already interpreting your strings. Like all your code is technically being interpreted. Huh. That's cool if it does it for you. In C++, you have to do it yourself. You'll have integer overruns if you try to store too big of a number. Yeah, but X, R, S, and Y, like X, R, and S, those are R and S are overloads of X. It's a thing that you can do RGB or you can do XYZ. But yeah, Z is -5, so that's correct. Camera rotation, we have the identity quaternion, so that's correct. And the perspective, let's see, let's step into this. So the aspect ratio is 1.7779, which makes sense. And then, yeah, it's really clear cut, actually. This is not telling me much at all that I don't already know. Curiously, I think that in my test state, I am binding the shader after I push the camera. And I don't think that should matter, but maybe it does. Maybe that's where I'm getting turned around. If I go to the scene editor code now, or not scene editor, scene view code. Oh no, I'm doing it that way. I've got the push camera and then I've got the bind shader and draw scene. Okay, so if it's not, so if the issue is not pushing the camera or setting the, let me set a breakpoint here and try and debug from there. Oh, let me set back to editor. Okay. 608 and 181 versus 1372 and 611. So the aspect ratio seems right. Everything in here seems right. So there must be a lower level problem that just isn't revealing itself when I go to render from the game itself. My best bet is that there's something wrong with the frame buffer API. Because that's something I don't use in my standalone code. If I go to teststate.cpp, so I create and I delete a frame buffer. Oh, I'm not pushing it. I have that commented out for some reason. Okay, this is something. So I'm going to try first. I'll push and pop the frame buffer I've got allocated for the test state. And I will do this in standalone. And I'll see if that affects the display of things in any way. I wonder why I commented it out. Before I got to working on the editor, okay, yeah, there's a problem here too. Before I got to working on the editor, I had been playing around with post-processing effects. Yeah, okay, so this is telling. So there's something going wrong when I push and pop the frame buffer. So this frame buffer is absolutely sized to 1280 and 720. I don't think I have it set up to resize automatically. Because normally you won't be resizing the window in a standalone game. I am passing in coordinates of the viewport to be rendered to. Let me try taking those away. Okay, still not rendering. As far as I know, base 64 turns each character of a string into 8-bit. Turns it into a decimal. Well, I mean, if you're talking about base 64, then the characters themselves, there has to be 64 alphanumeric or whatever characters to represent the digit, right? Because otherwise it's not base 64, it's base something else. Like if you use a hexadecimal to represent it, then it's base 16, right? Okay. So something is definitely wrong with the frame buffer API. Let me step into it. I wonder when this issue must have started, because I was using frame buffers and post-processing effects and things completely fine before starting the editor. Okay, so we push. First we assert that we have the FBO, that we're actually passing in a valid handle. And then we call geobind on it. And then we push back onto the stack. And then we call set viewport, which is another graphics API call. It pushes the width and the height for the viewport on the stack. And 26 uppercase characters, 26 lowercase characters to numbers plus. Yeah, so that's, base 64. Right? 40, 52, 62. Yeah, 64. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that's going back to read your previous message. As far as I know, base 64 turns each character into 8-bit. Okay, yeah, so it's the thing that threw me off there was that you said 8-bit. So it's actually not 8-bit. It is now 64-bit. I see what you're saying. Every character, every byte is still 8 bits. Yeah, that's true. Every character, thinking about it in those terms, every character of your string is still an 8-bit byte. You're not going over the byte limit, because that's the nature of it. When you're doing a string, like if you're doing a wide string, if you have wide string types in Python, which I don't think you do, then you might have 16-bit bytes, but they're actually still counted as 2 bytes in memory. Okay, let me continue. Oh, that's interesting. Hang on a moment. So I call set viewport here. I change the viewport of the back element in the stack. Hang on. I think I'm onto something. So we bind the frame buffer, that's the normal part. Then we push an element onto the back of the frame buffer stack, which is just a stack of frame buffer handles. And then we call set viewport. Set viewport takes and calculates the width or it gets the old width and old height from the back of the stack. Base 64 string bit decimal. Yeah. What? Actually, hang on a second. I think I might not be following what you're saying. Base 64 equals string arrow bit arrow decimal arrow bit arrow. Oh, you mean string dot decimal dot character. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Okay, so normally when you call set viewport, you're not in the middle of pushing a frame buffer. So what you would do is you would get the back element of the frame buffer width and height stack, and then set the viewport to be in terms of the current frame buffer width and height. And then you reassign the you reassign the elements in the back. Okay. So it looks like what we're doing here is we're doing this in backwards order. So when we go to push a frame buffer onto the stack and we tell it the size of the viewport that we want, we are binding it to OpenGL. That doesn't change. Then we push the frame buffer handle onto the stack. Then we set the existing viewport and then push a viewport onto the back. So at what point do we push back onto the FB widths and heights stack? I don't think we do. Okay. I don't know if that's causing our problem, but it is a problem. So what we need to do when we go to push a frame buffer, where's the other? Yeah, push frame buffer, FB stack, viewport stack. Oh, viewport stack is the name of the thing that we're putting. Yeah, okay, so that happens. But it seems like we should be doing it in this order. So we got viewport stack, dot and place back. And then we call set viewport because what it'll do is it'll tell OpenGL to use the new viewport. So I think we've caught a problem, but I don't think it's related to the issue that we're trying to fix. Which is frustrating. Because if I was just to call it without setting the viewport edges here, it would still be black. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me deal without that complication for the moment. Push frame buffer. I really don't understand what I'm overlooking. There's no errors or warnings in the console. And I'm like super sure that we had this working before. Looking for Do I have a capture of this? I guess not. I thought I had a video recording of playing around with yeah, wavy link. Yeah, so I'm not imagining it, but this was a early shader test. See, we had post-processing working before, which means that we had frame buffer pushing and popping working before. So what the hell happened? And how long has it been broken? Oh my god. I think I've just been an idiot. Okay, hang on. Yes, I have. I've just been a freaking dingus. Alright, what I was doing was I was binding and pushing and popping the frame buffer, but I wasn't actually getting its texture out of it, and I wasn't actually rendering it. So that's great. I was trying to understand base64, but I can't. Well, it sounds like you got most of the way there. I know it's like 3 in the morning where you're at, so maybe it would be better to come back at this later. Maybe it'll start clicking in the morning. How the fuck do you just turn an 8-bit into a 6-bit? Into a 6-bit? Oh, you mean a 64-bit? I guess this might be more of a language specific. No, a 6-bit? How do you mean turn an 8-bit to a 6-bit? Why would you do that if you're wanting to represent with 64 bits? Because if I'm following you correctly, you're taking some hash value, which is like coming out as a string, right? A string from like any character that might represent it, right? Like it's coming out as 64-bit to begin with, isn't it? Like what's the output of your hash algorithm? Because like when I go to hash, if I'm not specifically hashing to a 64-bit integer, regroup the 8-bit into a 6-bit. Are you reading from a tutorial somewhere? Or are you reading from something nobody wrote? What's the site you're looking at? Maybe I can take a look at it. Okay, so we are getting a texture handle for draw sprite. It's just a random website called Stack Abuse. Is it actually called Stack Abuse? That's pretty funny. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. When the computer converts base64 characters to binary, each base64 character represents 6 bits of information. That, I feel like that's probably a typo. I don't see how that makes any sense. My best guess is that they meant to say 8 bytes of information. It says it again. Okay, what have we got? We'll illustrate how base64 encoding works by converting text data, more standard than the various binary formats. If we were to base64 encode a string, we would follow steps. Take the ASCII value of each character in the string. Calculate the 8-bit binary equivalent of the ASCII values. Okay, so you're taking the character, converting it into 8 bits. So each ASCII character is itself an 8-bit byte. So we're just getting that from it. Convert the 8-bit chunks into chunks of 6 bits by simply regrouping the bits. Why are you breaking it down into 6 bits? So this has to do with bit shifting and bit manipulation. So bitwise mathematics is basically like you're thinking about doing things to specific bits in the number, but you're using operations that affect the whole number, if that makes sense. So when they're talking about converting it into chunks by regrouping the bits, they mean that you would get the right hand 6 bits by doing a bitwise AND to a number with all the first 6 bits set, which I think would be 127. No, that would be one. That'd be. I'm being a little loopy because of the 100-degree weather outside. But if we go to binary mode and we do 6 bits like that, I don't know if this is big enough to see, but a binary number with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bits, if you take and bitwise AND this to another number, then it will return the number that has only that has truncated the left 2 bits. So if I instead of doing 6 bits, did 7 bits, and I wanted to just get the right 6 bits, I would say bitwise and I would bitwise AND to a number that has the right 6 most bits set, and that returns me the right most bits because the left bit is not part of the it doesn't have a bit in common, so it's dropped. This is something that I don't think I've ever tried with Python, because Python I've only ever really been using it for data analysis and string manipulation instead of ASCII manipulation. Oh, did I just get myself a follow? Thanks for the follow. I don't come on here very often. I'm gonna try and do this more, but thanks for the follow. Welcome. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I probably am still misunderstanding what they're trying to do, because I don't know why you would discard the left 2 bits. So to put this in perspective, if you have, so this is the value of 64 bits being set, right? This represents 8 bytes, or sorry, yeah, 8 bytes. You got these 8 bits, these 8 bits, and so on. So this number, 64 bits of information, represents 8 characters. So you can represent this with 8 ASCII characters, right? They are, by definition, 8 bits, each character. So I guess... Oh, this may have something to do with the alignment of... Oh, okay, probably, now that I'm thinking it through, they're probably doing the letter A being the first. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. So they're not just doing a straight conversion from ASCII to the other. Right. Okay. I think I'm following now. So actually, only the first 6 bits matter in this case, because you've got 0 through 63 is represented in the first 6 bits. Okay, that makes sense. I think they probably wrote this in too confusing of a way for the beginner. But basically, the value that you get when you properly convert A through Z, lowercase a through Z, and then the 10 numbers, then in plus and slash, when you convert those into the actual numerical representation, what you wind up with is, by definition, a number that is 6 bits or less, if that makes sense. So the 6-bit regrouping that they're talking about here comes from the fact that you can't just store a 6-bit wide number. It has to be in multiples of a byte. So this number has got 8 bits in it. The left 2 are always unused. So what they're saying when they say convert 8-bit chunks to chunks of 6 bits by regrouping, they mean that you are discarding the left 2 bits and you are concatenating the bits and reinterpreting the numbers. And that's complicated. But definitely not beginner level stuff, I would say. Or I'm in decimal again. What's a good way to... Trying to think of a good way to demonstrate this. Might be just time to bust out Paint. And then set my font to be really big and start throwing stuff in here. So this number here is the largest possible value in a 64-bit, 64 base number, right? So each digit can have a maximum of this, but it has to be stored. Each character has to be stored in 8 bits. So the way that you would handle storing all of these is you would actually take and lop off. Let's pretend that these are 2 separate numbers, even though they have the same value. Let's say that these 2 numbers, that they are next to each other in your ASCII string. The A to Z, lowercase a to Z, and then, 1 through 10 and all that. They're right next to each other. You want to reinterpret that as a number in binary. You have to discard these 2 zeros. And discard those 2 zeros, and then concatenate by moving the bits to the side there. And that's where it gets complicated, because this is where you're doing bitwise math. The way that you get that you discard these values is basically you just overwrite them with the value that you're going to put. By definition, they're already 0. They already have no value. So you would take and get the next 2 significant bits out of this number and add them to the end. So in C code, that would look something like, and I'll make this a little bit bigger. In C code, that would be something similar to, you have your byte, let's say car left-hand side, and then you got your car right-hand side. But I gotta make these unsigned. So you've got your two values. Left-hand side is this one, and the right-hand side is this one. The right-hand side is going to be less significant. So the concatenation of these two would be the right-hand side plus the left two bits, or sorry, the two least significant bits of the left-hand side. So left-hand side, you would do, I believe that would be bitwise and of OX03, I believe, because 3 is represented as 1, 1. You got your 1 in your 1 place and your 1 in your 2's place. That you add those up to 3. So you logically AND it to a number that has just the right two bits set. That gives you the left, or the last 2 bits of that number. Then you have to take and bit shift that whole thing over by 6 bits. So you're taking what you're doing with a bit shift, and this is something that you'll want to look up later on. A bit shift just takes a number and moves it over. So I can do this on the calculator. Starting with the number 3, 1 1. If I hit bit shift left, right, and then I type in some other number, and I'll change to 6, and we go back to binary. What happened was we had 2 bits over here, and then we just scooched them over 6 places, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now we've got them over here. And now I can simply add those 2 bits to the right-hand side, which is what I've done here. And so the result of this number is the first 6 bits of the right-hand side. Actually, I'm assuming in this case that right-hand side has no bits on the left, on the 2 most significant bits. But if it didn't, then you would just do bitwise and of OXO. What would that be? OX. I forgot already. OX3F, because that would discard the leftmost 2 bits. And then you would add the left-hand side bit shifted to the right 2 bits. So if you started out with a full 8 bits like this, bit shifting over by 2, or sorry, right shifting over by 2, discards the right 2 most bits, and then leaves you with what's left from that. I bit shifted over by 3 in this case. I should have bit shifted over by 2, but you get the idea. And then this winds up being the equivalent to the next place up. So you would actually use this as your new left character, and then this would be your new right character. I wonder how much of this is intelligible. I've never taught this subject. Yeah, it'd be new like this. So the new left-hand side and the new right-hand side. You'd be bit shifting over by 2, and then on this one you would be bit shifting the left-hand side over by 6, and then adding that to the right-hand side. So it is kind of, you have to think about it in terms of, you want to do this thing to the bits themselves. You're thinking in terms of bits, but the operations you do have to be on the whole number. And that's something that you'll get good at if you stick with this sort of subject. But yeah, that's what they're saying here when they're not talking. They don't really. This isn't really a beginner friendly writing, and I don't think it's well written from my first glance at it either. It tells you what it does. It tells you how to do it, but you kind of have to read between the lines a little bit, I think, and I don't like that about this article. But you see, Mike? Oh, hang on. I'm sorry, Miguel. You have been messaging, but I have not been seeing you in my chat on the computer. Hang on a second. At least I don't think I have. I'm just noticing your messages on my phone. For some reason, you got filtered out. Yeah, this is a CMake project that I'm working on right now. It's the only sizable project that I'm working on that uses CMake right now, but I use it for small libraries and things as well. That Joyo, yeah, I'm glad that that's helped. I've never taught this subject. There's probably a more succinct description on YouTube or something. Yeah, alright, so back to where I was, which was going nowhere in a hurry. For some reason, the frame buffer API is broken. If I push and pop a frame buffer and then take the render texture of it and try and render it to the screen. Oh, it's just occurring to me though, I have two draw calls, and I don't know why I have that. EP graphics, get color texture, 0, 1, 0, 1. Those are the UVs. Position, rotation, and scale. Position 0. Rotation 1, 0, 0, 0. Scale is 2 units. Since when have you been programming in C++? For a while. Technically, I've been programming in C++ for over 10 years, but I'm not a professional. It was always just a hobby thing in the background. So I know a lot about it, but there's a couple of fundamentals that I'm sure I would have learned at university if I had gone. How about you? Are you C++y? Or are you coming in from another language? I'm going to do a quick gut check and confirm that pushing and popping the frame buffer doesn't... confirming that that's the point of failure by commenting them out. I'm going to drop out. I come from Java. Yeah, I'm going to bed now. Yeah, have a great night, Joyo. It was nice talking with you. Good luck with your project. Come from Java. Yeah, I know like very surface level Java stuff, but I don't really know a huge amount of the language. You really like C++? Yeah, nice. Me too. Are you new to it, or are you have you done a couple of projects with it? Yeah, so pushing and popping the frame buffer seems to be the point of failure. Somehow. So I'll push and pop the frame buffer again. Instead of using the renderer 2D batch render, though, Let me see if I can't just render this directly to the screen. For that, I need a VBO and a VIO. Simple vert. Yeah, let me do that. I'm just gonna really quick ad hoc write a renderer. So first thing we need to do is we need a struct. Actually, hang on a moment. Simple vert. Oh, I have another simple vert class right up here. I might have done this before. Simple vert contains a position and a UV. That makes sense. Spread indices. Okay, yeah, so these are this is a -5, 5. Okay, so this is a structure, except for I want to change the scale down to 1. Positions and UVs. Okay, 0, yeah, and that wraps around a square. We only need 4 sprites. We're only going to need 1. I can just get rid of the array. I haven't worked in a project yet. Most of my friends are in the front end, and I realized I'm not a big fan of web. Yeah, I tend to be more comfortable working on the lower end of things. I'm right with you there. Though it is certainly enjoyable to be able to put something together real quick. Sometimes in C++, it's like you have to do a whole bunch of work just to do fundamental things. What's going on here? Too many initializer values. C++ taught me a lot of things. Yeah, like what? Gotta get rid of stuff. Okay, and then get rid of static keyword. And we'll do a static memory management, performance concurrency. Yeah, it's really good at that low level stuff. I know a lot of folks who have started programming with C# because C# is used by Unity, and they get a lot of they understand a lot about execution flow from working with C#, but they don't really have a good grasp of memory allocations. So it's a lot easier to come into C# and garbage collected languages once you've learned C++, in my opinion, because you kind of understand, you have a better frame of reference for understanding how the garbage collector works and when it's good to use it and when it's not. We'll see how quickly I fall apart on this. I'll need a EP graphics vertex array handle. This is going to be the handle for this vertex array, which is just going to have a quad in it. And then in the init code, equals EP graphics create vertex array, and then we specify the vertices. We've got 4 max indices. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, so 4 vertices, 6 indices. It's been a long time since I've used this API. Vertex stride, that's going to be size of vertex, or simple vert. And then we need an initializer list describing the vertex layout. So the vertex layout is going to be hash name of the attribute, data type, number of elements, offset. So I'm going to go to my renderer 2D and copy some code from there. Great vertex array. Yeah, 4, 6. And then, yeah, these are the basics. So EP position, I believe, is a vertex attribute from enterprise.glsl. Yeah, EP position. And then that's actually the only thing that's required by enterprise is the position vertex. So we'll use that, and then we'll use InUV. I'm going to use the simple material shader, which takes the InUV and it takes the position. So EP position and InUV, I need those. So I'll copy these guys. I don't care about the texture because I'm not batch rendering textures here. And then, and shader data type is, yeah, from EP graphics. Right, and I call mine simple vert instead of vertex data. Right, what's going on here? Oh, I need to specify an NUV, so that's got to be NUV. I just named it something different. There we go. Tuple this rest. Do I have too many or too few? Yes, I have too many. Okay. All right, and then moving on to the vertex data, I've got to pass in a pointer to the data. That's going to be, what did I call it? I think I just called it, quad. So address of quad, and then the index data, if null pointer initialization is not performed, I will, I have to do an index buffer as well. Which is just an array of unsigned ints, so there we go. So we've got 6 of those, 3 for each triangle. Address of indices. Well, actually, indices is an array, so we just pass in indices. Bool dynamic vertices equals true. Whether it should be rewritable, doesn't need to be. For this simple renderer, it's literally just drawing a quad. Okay. And is that it? Do I have a VAO? 4, 6, vertex stride, size of simple vert. Yeah, that seems right. Okay. So now I've got a vertex array handle. Comment. Cool. And with the data being set, I actually do need to initialize indices. That needs to be. Do I happen to have that here? I've got similar values set up here, so I'll copy and paste that, and then. Oops. What I really care about are those constants on the side. Here. I times 4 plus whatever. Okay. Okay, so I was using clockwise, it looks like 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 0 as the constants. Okay, that makes sense. I think it's literally been over a year now since I wrote this API. So I guess the fact that I'm able to kind of hack this together from almost memory this quickly is something, even though I'm frustrated with how slow it is. Simple vert, indices, okay. Now we've got the indices that are initialized. It goes clockwise around. I don't know what I can expect from a C++ job interview. I've been doing some C++ online courses. Part of me says just apply, and another says more practice. Yeah, I'm not an expert at all on this topic. I did have a couple of programming interviews recently. One of them was explicitly an advanced C++ interview, and I didn't do very great. I did probably above average for a junior, but not amazingly well. The things that they asked me about on that interview were a lot about how CPUs work. So like questions like what does the cache do? You know, how big is a cache line? You know, how does data alignment work, and things like that. And that's stuff that I just straight up couldn't learn online. I had to learn by reading books, and I think that there's a huge advantage for actually studying C++ at university, because there's a lot of things that you just don't know to look up until you are told by somebody to do it. But yeah, for what to expect in a C++ interview, there's thousands of videos on YouTube of people talking about that exact thing. But at a basic level, knowing how the language works is good. But in a lot of C++ jobs, you'll be expected to work on lower level things, because that's the sort of job that you would use C++ for. So understanding how a CPU works, how things like vtables work, those are all helpful, I think. Again, not that I'm an expert. I've never worked a programming job. I've only very recently started applying for programming jobs. Okay, so you've got a vertex array handle. At this point, down here, so we've popped the frame buffer. At this point, we are going to try and do some rendering. EP graphics, oops. We're going to need to bind the texture. So the texture handle is going to be from the frame buffer. So we'll go EP graphics, get color texture from FB, and 0 is the element. I don't think we have, I think that's ends number, yeah, color buffer 0. And then we need to do the hash name of the thing we are setting it for, and that's let's take a look at simple material. That's actually in batched textures.glsl. We are not using batched textures, so sampler 2D. Okay, so it's whatever is passed into the btext sampler 2D in simple material. So it's in-text is the name of the sampler. So the in-text. Right? Yeah, with an underscore. Cool. And then the index, if the sampler uniform is an array, the element to bind to. It's not an array in this case. Okay, so we bound the texture. Do we have to unbind texture? No. Oh, right, because it, what I actually do is I, behind the scenes, bind texture maximizes texture slot use, so it actually just leaves it bound until it needs to be unbound, which is helpful. Graphics, draw triangles, and then we pass in the vertex array handle, VAH. The number of elements to render. I think I can just leave those as empty, right? Because it'll just render the whole thing if you don't specify counted first. Yeah, if count 0, then we do the max. So, cool. Draw triangles, and yeah, hopefully that's it. I suppose I should bind the shader first. So we'll do EP graphics, bind shader, and it's going to be simple material, I believe is what it was called. Yeah, simple material. Okay, so to review, we have okay, draw, push frame buffer, play viewport. Okay, to do all the rendering that we normally do, we push the frame buffer, pop it, then we bind the simple material shader, we bind the texture from the frame buffer, and then we draw it. And I don't think we need to do anything else. Let's try it. I'm sure I've screwed up something. The idea behind this API is that you're supposed to be able to, yeah, that didn't work. You're supposed to be able to render anything you want at a very low level, but not low to the point that you are working with the actual graphics API. I want people to be able to write their own renderers in this game engine and then have it work on all platforms, is the idea. And then encourage folks to package up their own renderers. Okay, so we still have a black screen. I'm going to get rid of the pushing and popping of the frame buffer. There. Get rid of those. And confirm that I can actually draw the triangle. Did they ask you to code something on Linux? I don't know if they really need you to move to Linux nowadays. We got plenty of cross-platform terms. Cross-platform tools. I don't think that matters. They didn't ask me to do that. In my case, it was low level, but it was game engine stuff, and it was multi-platform, and I don't think they shipped on Linux, the company in question. They just shipped on like Windows computers and then on consoles. So I guess it depends. They might ask you to do a programming test on a particular platform. My impression of programming tests, though, is that they'll ask you to do low-level things, but they won't require that you acquire Linux if you don't have Linux. So they want to make sure that everybody has the environment in which you can do your programming tests. So, for example, for one programming test that I got back from, it was actually for a job that was mostly in C#, but they wanted to make sure that we understood low-level things. So for a screening test, they sent a C++ test, and that was just nothing using platform-specific APIs or anything like that. It was just straight C++ code. And that, I think that's probably going to be the case for most tests that you have to do. Simply, they don't want to be demanding folks to gain access to specific tools that you need to complete the test beyond having a computer. But your mileage may vary. So, I'm gonna try to do this a little bit differently. Bind texture. Oh, I think I need to do EP graphics set shader attributes. Enable shader option. Okay, so disable shader option. Hash name option. Right. Okay, hang on. I think I recall something. Maybe not. I was thinking that Renderer 2D, I thought, utilized shader options for batch rendering, but I'm not seeing it in here, and I don't know why I don't. Actually, there's a lot of code missing from here. Oh, Renderer 2D actually did get big enough to split off into its own files. That's why. So in here, I'm looking for shader option. Yeah. So in Renderer 2D, we enable the batched textures shader option, but we do disable it. So, okay, so that doesn't actually impact the rendering code here. So let me try a different texture handle. I will use the texture. Here we go. Text1. Yeah, Text1 is going to have the Madeline texture in it. Okay, so we'll do Text1 in text, and then try and draw triangles. Yeah, so there's something wrong with my rendering code. What I was expecting to happen was to have the Madeline sprite suddenly fill up the camera, but that obviously didn't happen. Oh my gosh, I never initialized I never initialized the quad. I need to set up their positions. Okay. So position 1 was -1, -1, 0, and then comma, comma. Oh, and I need this to be an array. That's right. Okay. I overlooked a whole bunch of things. Alright, so -1, -1, then we go positive on the x, and then we go positive on both, and then we go negative on the y. Okay. That's 4 quads. Oh, but they need to be... They need to be floating point. There we go. Right? Oh, there's a problem on the last element. Oh, right, these have to be double braced. I'm pretty sure, at least. There we go. 4 quads. 1, 2, 3. And then... Yeah, and then I've got to do the UVs. Oops. Here. Cool. And then the UVs will be, I believe that's in 0 to 1 space. So it'll be 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, yeah, 0, 1. Okay, cool. So now we've got our quads. Now heading back down to here, to the create vertex array, we've got the size of simple vert to be the stride, yep, and then the layout. It's got the vec3 for the position. It's got the vec2 for the in-UV. And then the vertex data and index data. So quad is now got the 4 vertices, got the 6 indices. Okay, let's try that out. Ooh. Okay. So we got something. We got a Madeline with a crooked back, like flipped over on the 45 there. So what's happening? I must have screwed up on the UVs somehow. So 0, 0. So the first triangle seems to be okay because Madeline's feet are correctly facing down. Thanks, dude. The book I was reading covers the topics you mentioned: cache memory, data alignment, allocators, compile time evaluation. So yeah, it sounds like you're on the right track. Like as long as you're applying for junior positions and you don't you don't try to oversell yourself, then you've got a leg up on a lot of people who are applying. I think like if you say that you're advanced C++, then they'll start to ask you some really tough questions. But yeah, understanding how data alignment works, how data is read into the CPU and operated on, and things like that. Yeah, it sounds like you're already on the right track. Just the fact that you're reading books puts you ahead of a bunch of other people. Okay, so in my head, I'm trying to unmap how this sprite situation happened. So we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, hang on. It's not just that Madeline's folded over, it's that Madeline is in world space. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting it to be flooding the camera view. So in test state draw, we've got the initial state set. We're calculating the camera position and rotation from the player input. We push a camera on top of the stack. We bind the simple material shader and draw the scene. Then we draw some text. Then we pop the camera, so at this point we should be back to the default camera. And then we bind a shader, bind a texture, draw those triangles with no camera pushed on the stack. Okay, hang on. I think this is the lead I was looking for. Per camera global UB data struct. Okay, I've just set the breakpoint on the pop camera call, so I'm going to take and inspect the size of the stack. So as expected, there's only one camera on the stack. The position, that's the MVP. Oh. Let me throw this in the watch. Here we go. So we got the one camera. View projection, and world position. So world position is at 0, 0, 0. The matrix values are identity matrices, I think. Let me expand those. Actually, no, they're not. That's interesting. I was expecting these to be diagonal ones. I'm inspecting the default transformation matrices that are supposed to be in use, but they're... Looks like it's like all ones on the leftmost column, because this is a column and then row. Column major. Yeah, I'm a little confused by that. Because even if... What is happening? I am rather confused. Because even if you set the camera, even if we're not using identity matrices like we should be getting something that doesn't look like it's in world space. So somehow it's still using the camera data, even though I've popped that camera. Oh, hang on. No, I haven't popped the last camera. Hang on. Set uniform buffer data per camera, global UB, and the address of the topmost element. Let me step into that. Here. So what we do is we do GL bind buffer. So we bind the uniform buffer for the model view and projection matrices. We then pass in uniform buffer sizes buffer. Hang on, GL buffer data. Okay, so we're basically just passing in the data at the void pointer. So going back out, that should be the topmost element of this stack. What the hell? So what the hell is happening? It's like the shader is not getting the data in that camera buffer. Let's go to the initialization of the uniform buffers. Here we go, uniform buffers. So this is where I set the default values. I had thought that this was a identity matrix, and I guess that's not correct. Maybe a misused GLM. So GLM mat4 with no parameters, GLM mat4 with one parameter, which is 1, should build an identity matrix. That's what it says. Noticed it was getting kind of dark in here. So I'm going to try a empty constructor instead. And do the same thing for the camera. Sounds like we're done with Celeste music. I'll have to throw something else on. Per camera global UB. Actually, I just wanted to do some Unreal Engine stuff, but my hardware is not that powerful. It heats like a toaster whenever I opened Unreal Engine. Yes, yeah, and I feel you there. That's something that's frustrated me as well, because I wanted to brush up on my game engines. So brushing up on Unity Engine, pulling up the sample materials for Unity Engine is a lot less demanding than the stuff for Unreal Engine. There's just like a lot of overhead that goes into Unreal Engine 4 or 5, depending on what you're using. This computer that I'm working on now was very powerful at the time when I built it like 7 years ago. It has a GTX 970 in it, so it's not playing modern games anymore. It plays indie games just fine, but not AAA titles. At least not any of the new ones. Yeah, so let's try that out. What I think might be happening is that there's something wrong with the matrices that I'm pushing into the uniform buffer, and so for some reason they're being ignored That's my best guess. I don't know why they would be, but they seemed to be. Let's undo that breakpoint and continue. It's still in world space. What in the... okay. This is one of the situations where it's like, this is where science happens technically. Like when you have a thing that you don't understand, that doesn't jive with your previous understanding, you can learn something from it. And what I'm learning is that there's something very wrong with my camera system. Because this is being this sprite, despite being malformed, it's being pushed onto an empty camera stack. The last element in the camera stack should be identity matrices, so they should not be. Nothing should be projecting into world space. It should be all flooding the screen. Like we should have a 16:9 Madeline filling the screen right now. Because we should be... I don't get it. Out of curiosity, if I go to the editor again, I wonder if the editor still... Yeah, it's still rendering this weird... Like, it's like rendering as if they're on the edge or something, and I don't know why that would be. I knew you came into the stream much later, but like my goal at the start of the stream was to actually just get a scene view rendering inside of my editor instead of IMGUI. And what I've got is I'm able to render to a texture that fills this. Like this fill color was set from my rendering code, but this 1 pixel line is both the Hollow Knight sprite and the Madeline from Celeste sprite. From what I can tell, they are they're showing up because of a failure to anti-alias. So they're being looked at nearly edge on, I think. And so when it's at a specific width, the sampling samples the color from the texture with nearest point sampling and gives you this one little sliver of the sprite. I can't really figure out. I think this must be related to the weird behavior I'm seeing in the standalone game now. What libraries am I using? This is OpenGL. The editor UI, I went with Dear IMGUI, just because I don't like. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into making a good UI, and Dear IMGUI is tried and true, and I can keep using it if I switch to DirectX or Vulkan or Metal or whatever. And I can make it look really nice, so I decided just to do Dear IMGUI for that. But right now the rendering code is all OpenGL. You haven't seen me use any OpenGL here. I've just been using my own engine's graphics API. My philosophy for this game engine is a little different from some of the commercial engines that are out there. I am making it general purpose, but I'm also making it like super low level. So I want it to be rather straightforward to create a renderer that's compatible with all of the APIs that Enterprise will support. And then you can make a render that's good for your game. And then, yeah, making that as easy as possible was my aim. And now I've got a broken thing with the fucking cameras, and I don't understand it. I don't understand how it could be working in some sense, because I'm in the editor again. If I go back to the test game and run it, really, the camera here is being set with the push camera. So when we go to push the camera, like somehow this is being written into the shaders to be read and to transform the vertices into world space. So somehow that's updating correctly. But the element below it doesn't have anything in it, and it's still being used. And what happens if I push a camera on top of the camera. Maybe there's like a specific problem with the 0th camera. Go back to the test state. Okay, so this is where we push the actual 3D camera. At the very top, I'm going to do EP graphics push camera. And I can do this without any arguments. But you know what? That duplicates the top camera, so I do need to provide arguments. So those are going to be the camera position, which is going to be 0.0f, 0f, 0f, and then the rotation, which is going to be a quaternion. That's going to be 1.0f, 0.0f, 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 and then a projection matrix, which I will just use an identity matrix. So that'll be glm mat 4. That's an identity matrix. Okay, and then I will pop at the very end. And let's see what that does. It does nothing. Okay. How on earth could that be? Let me do the pushing and popping. I'll do the popping before rendering the triangles. So I am pushing an arbitrary camera, then pushing the 3D camera, and then I'm popping both before drawing the triangles. Same thing? All right, so my assumption is that I think I've made a bad assumption in how the triangle is being rendered. Let me look at that. I'll clear out the actually I have a different test that I'm going to run. I'm going to push this camera and pop it after rendering the triangles. Like that. And I just want to confirm that the triangles fill the whole screen if I explicitly set them to. And they do not. Okay, that tells me something. So pushing this camera, that should be doing nothing. If I, let me take and copy that. If I just replace this whole push camera with the identity one. Come on. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh, I needed to pop it. I forgot to do that. Oh, no, I did pop it. Set aspect ratio. Huh. What's the kind of projection that's 2D? I forget. Let me throw on some music because it's starting to get a little quiet. Let's do some Zelda and chill.
best option?
Having...
I'm trying to save a lot of money right now, but I think I may just go back into YouTube Premium because I'm tired of the ads. But yeah, what was the projection that does everything in 2D? I forget what it's called off the top of my head. Orthographic, that's what I was looking for. Okay. I'm redoing this with a orthographic projection. Maybe pushing the camera requires okay, there we go. Okay, hang on. Now we're getting somewhere. So this is filling the whole screen now. Now I need that to be the case specifically for the one Madeline sprite. Okay, and it's not. So what that tells me is that rendering through the Quad Patch API, my little scene renderer API, that appears to be respecting the camera. This is not. And let's take a look at how Renderer 2D does it. I think my presumption regarding the pushing and popping of cameras is that everything gets updated on the shader side correctly when you push and pop a camera, but I don't think that it's working in every situation. All right, so we got a begin batch call. This is a very simple batch renderer. So it's 2D sprites and things, text and flat things. Basically takes and packs a whole bunch of quad data into a vertex buffer and does a whole bunch of quads in one draw call. So we have a begin and end patch. We set the model matrix, enable shader option. Hang on a second. Oh, that makes me so mad. Okay. I have been forgetting to set my model matrix. That's handled separately from the cameras. So I've been telling it, yeah, I know. I feel like if this wasn't because like today reached like 105 degrees outside Fahrenheit. Like it's a really sweltering day today, and I haven't got a lot of sleep. I feel like if I was better rested and not overheated, I probably would have remembered this. So I set the position of the camera and everything, but not the model matrix. So what? Let me think about why that's not working. So like before, I was setting the model matrix for whatever thing I wanted it to be in the scene view, and I was setting the camera for where the camera should be relative to that. I was popping the camera, not popping the model matrix. You would think that would have a effect on the transformation though, right? I wouldn't expect that popping the camera. Oh. Yeah, okay, no, this is okay, so this is something that I had forgotten about the API, and I'm kind of remembering it now. So the camera, set camera, or push camera doesn't do anything on its own. It preps for set model matrix. And I say that because set model matrix requires the camera matrix to do its work. So maybe I should be looking at a slightly different method for this. I still do need to set the model matrix, but if I don't change the model matrix, I just change the camera, you would expect that you could just change the camera and render the same thing twice without setting the model matrix twice. Let me go to the header. So this is the Enterprise Graphics API. Model matrix. Okay. So we've got set camera. Okay. Add a camera to the camera stack. Okay, yeah, and if I just read my own goddamn documentation, the global shader variables EP matrix MV and EP matrix MVP will not update with the new view and projection matrices until the next call to set model matrix. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in and leave myself a to-do on that. Because I think, well, actually, I'm going to do better than just a to-do in the comments. I'm going to go to Trello, where I've got a Trello board, documenting all this stuff. And I think that part of the API actually does need to change. I don't think that that's something that I can leave in there. For the reason that some other person writing a renderer might tear their hair out the way I just did. So what we need to do is change and I'll move that closer to the top of the list. Like that quality. I'm gonna say currently if you set a model matrix, all right, so back to where I was. Hopefully this discovery, this new understanding of a quirk of the system, hopefully that will allow me to get something rendering inside the editor correctly. So heading back to where I was in teststate.cpp, I'm now done with that. And yep, and that. Okay, and now I need to set EP graphics set model matrix, and this is going to be the identity matrix. Okay, so now we have an identity model matrix. So we're not translating, rotating, or anything from model space into world space. And the camera has been popped, so the MVP matrix should be an identity matrix at this point as well. hopefully this will be the end of my troubles, because I'm kind of done. Alright. Okay. Not seeing a sprite fill the screen. A lot of the quirks with the rendering code I think will probably get worked out when I go to make my first game, because I'll have to be doing custom renderers for those. So what am I overlooking now? I'm thinking that the popping of the last camera may not be doing what I think it should be. I'm gonna set a breakpoint and see what happens. I'm gonna step inside of the pop camera call. So at this point, if we look at the per camera global UB data stack, there's two elements. There's the 0th element, which should be identity matrices. View projection, view projection. Which perplexingly, it's not looking like it. Oh, okay, hang on. No, these are actually MVPs. I was just, okay. There's an annoying quality about the GLM vectors, is that you can enable accessing the R, G, and B elements instead of the X, Y, and Z. They're just unions. So you have, you can access with X, or you can access with Y, or sorry, access with X or access with R, and they're the same value. Just different names for the memory. But in the debugger, it shows XRS, YGT, and so on, instead of just showing me the one data point. So this is actually an identity matrix, even though it says 000 across the top here. This is actually not 111 on this first column. It is actually 1000, and then the next one is 01, and you just have to count them in threes. Okay, so these are correct, these matrices. Okay. We pop the topmost element, and now we're down to the identity matrices. We go to set buffer uniform data per camera global UB, and we provide the address of that element. Okay, so that's looking fine. Does pushing the camera do something that I'm not doing in popping the camera? Pushing the camera, we create the rotation in the view matrix. We then in place a uniform buffer data struct containing the view projection, and the camera position. And then we set the uniform buffer data for those elements. Let's look at set model matrix. Oh, that's, there we go. Set model matrix. Set model matrix takes the model matrix. It constructs it populates the per global uniform data structure with the view projection, model view projection matrices, and then pushes those. So model matrix has to be set after setting push and pop camera, which is what we discovered before. View per this seems pretty straightforward code to me. So it kind of seems like we've got another problem. Because all that push and set camera are doing is setting the rotation and view matrices. And in the case of popping the camera, I don't need to do that for the 0th element. And then they're calling set uniform buffer using the top element. So there's got to be another problem that I'm not seeing. I'm going to try this from a different perspective. Instead of using the hacked together renderer I did for the fill the screen sprite, I'm going to come back to the test state and draw the contents of the frame buffer using quad batch, which is how I had originally done it. Like that. And then let me get rid of the, well, I can leave the vertex array handle that I created. I don't really need it for anything. 7. And run. Okay, and instead of drawing the frame buffer, I will now draw text 1, which is supposed to be the Madeline sprite. Okay, that's something. So we got something filling the screen. Which parts of the Madeline sprite are we looking at? There's something very wrong with it. Oh, I think it's using the black and white or the MSDF. It is, okay. I pressed tab and then all of a sudden we're back to Madeline because it's drawing using the shader that we used to draw the text, which is to say that it's treating it as a multi-sign distance field, and that's wrong. Okay. But this does show that I could use the frame buffer texture in the batch rendering. So let me try again with the pushing and the popping of the frame buffer. So we're rendering to a texture now and then displaying that texture full screen. And that's still not working. Okay. Okay, I just as a hunch, I tried changing the index of the color texture from 0 to 1 in case it was 1 based and I just didn't document it. But I got the warning that says frame buffer does not contain color attachment with index 1. So yeah, it is 0 based. The most frustrating part about this is that I know that this code here that I had uncommented had worked before. It's just not, we're just not getting stuff from the frame buffer correctly. What is up with this? Why is the text coloring still? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm not sure at all what I'm overlooking. Well, let me forget about that for a moment. Let me head back to the scene view from the editor where we were trying to render the scene. Somehow this is working more successfully than the frame buffer code in the actual test scene, because we have a gray background color that's coming from the rendering code. So if we go back to uniform buffers, or sorry, back to draw, we begin the viewport. We do the math to get the size of the area to draw. We then resize the frame buffer to match it. We then push it onto the stack, and we set the viewport clear color. Do I need to be setting the viewport? No, because this is identical to this. Like it should be. But yeah, the clear viewport is clearing the frame buffer texture, and that's filling this texture. So somehow or other, the frame buffer texture is correct when it's displaying here in the editor, but its transformation is all wonky. Let me confirm that this use case actually sets the model matrix. Push camera. Yeah, this one doesn't set the model matrix. And this is going to be the identity matrix, so GLM at 4, like that. Okay, that didn't change anything at all. And I thought it would have. Okay, so we're pushing a camera at 0, 0, -5, just like the initial camera state in the standalone game. We bind the simple material, we draw the scene. We pop the camera, then we pop the frame buffer. So at this point we're at the default frame buffer, and then we render using the viewport texture. I don't see what I could be doing wrong here. I think I may need to call it a night just because I'm going in circles now. I mean, I've been going for 4.5 hours as well, but I need to do some gut checks. Let me... Yeah, so this is the... Oh, what? Okay, hang on. The aspect ratio is crazy. It's 1233 to 0.8476. That should be like 1 point something. Okay, so that's probably the origin of our... Huh, that's weird. I had moused over this before while debugging. Hang on. I have never been in a hackathon. Have you? Is it something that I should look into? Game Jam? I've participated in a couple of game jams in college. I wasn't doing it as a programmer though. I was doing it as a sound designer and a composer. That's my primary trade. But yeah, in those cases, it was with students that, frankly, didn't know very well how to program or how to use the game engine. Everybody was using Unity, but in each case, we came up with game titles that were mostly playable. And I wouldn't say that they were functionally complete games. Not that you expect huge quality out of game jams because they're so short, but yeah, I didn't have a great time, to be honest. But yeah, I was thinking about doing the most recent GMTK game jam, and I started. I like at the last minute, I signed up and I listened for the theme and I started working on an idea. And it got the seeds of a pretty interesting idea, but it just wound up being too big a scope for me to do by myself. How about you? Have you participated in any game jams? Okay, I'm checking an assumption here. So I'm resizing the scene view here. So this is now resized to be basically a square. And if I was to trigger the breakpoint now, the aspect ratio is calculating to 498. It should be basically 1. So this is the origin of the aspect ratio problem. So how is that? So this is the X and Y of the what is it? IMGUI's, here we go, add image. Okay, the content region min and the content region max. And then what I'm doing a little bit of transformation here. I haven't seen hackathons or game jam here. Do you mean here on Twitch, or do you mean where you're located? Oh, in Argentina? Nice. Yeah, there's still some online stuff, though. Have you taken a look into any of the online game jams? Or hackathons? Finn. I think I might be processing these incorrectly. I'm gonna set a new breakpoint and continue. Okay. So vmin is saying x0, y21. And then 451 to 440. This is looking a lot more sane to me, these numbers. So I must be processing them incorrectly from IMGUI. So get content region min. Let's take a look at what that's supposed to do. In window space it says, not screen space. You do it at some point? Yeah. It's kind of like it's a little bit like a marathon in that you have to carb up and really steel yourself to prepare. And it's so much better with a team. I think the main reason why I didn't complete this last GMTK game jam for the Game Maker's Toolkit game jam is because it was just me, and I felt like I wasn't getting enough done quickly enough. And if it was me and a handful of guys, we probably could have made the idea that I had work. And I think I may still do something with that idea, but yeah, it's Yeah, it's trial by fire, baby. Okay, so this is supposed to be in window space. So these are the corners relative to the window. So that means what? Continue. Disable that breakpoint real quick. So I'm interested now in the fact that it thought that one of the corners was. Oh, it's okay. So it's 21 down because there's this title bar in the way. So the zero on the X means that the 0 coordinate is on the left edge of this window, and the 21 means that the render content region is right below this. Okay. All right, so let's get back to that. I am getting a little bit excited now because now I think I've spotted the main reason why I couldn't render in my editor, and I've got that. If I can get that working tonight, then I'll call that a win. But I am a little bit miffed that frame buffers are not working correctly in the base game now. Okay, so this min point is 0.21 for the upper left corner, I think. I'm trying to find where I saw that description. Oh, here we go. Pmin and Pmax represent the upper left and lower right corners of the rectangle. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we've got the upper left and lower right. Those seem to be valid values. What I need the dimensions specifically of that space, and I've got some transformations happening here to make the edges a little bit bigger. I'm going to comment out all of this code because I think I can. I think that's all this code was meant to do, was to try and expand the range of the viewing area. Well, I need to uncomment this though. So now I'm just going to be operating directly on the min and max passed in from IMGUI. Let's see what that does. Okay. It appears to have screwed up with the... Look at that. So actually it's not lining up to the window anymore. So actually this was way off base. I was... Stop. I actually do need this code. I just didn't remember what it did. So we're adding the window position to these values to get them in, I guess that would be screen space. And then we are detecting whether it's docked. If it is docked, then we add the border size to the mins and we subtract it from the maxes. Otherwise, we just do regular window border size. So this is the code that actually deals with adjusting the borders. So apparently this code here, this adjustment to vmin and vmax, is critical for this code for adding the image to the viewport. But it's screwing up. It's screwing up the min and max that I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this up above the code that fixes the render target and resize it based off of the differences from the raw unprocessed values, and see what that gets me. Okay, it gets me not farther. Gets me exactly where I was, which is confusing. Because if I set a breakpoint for here, and I inspect these values, I can see that the window size is 715 by 461, which sounds right. 716 by 461. I'm just gonna sanity check and measure the window size. Yeah, 717 by 464. Yeah, that's in the ballpark. That's right. So if that's the case, oh, okay, yeah. I also need to move this code up above. Okay. So what I did was correct the frame buffer resizing code, but not the aspect ratio. So there's something wrong with this. So max is the lower right corner. We find its x value, we subtract the x value of each, so we get the width of the whole thing, and then we get max minus min. Oh sure, have a great night, Miguel. Thanks for popping in. It's always better to do this stuff while somebody's there to talk to. Have a great night. I'm not going to be here for much longer either. Let me hit a breakpoint again. Is there an order of operations? Oh my gosh. I kept looking at this and thinking, well, no, the order of operations is correct. But I just wasn't seeing that they are very much incorrect. This is purely an issue that came up from having too little sleep. I need to go to bed earlier tonight. All right, let's see if we can't get some graphics up. I'm really mad that this was the problem, this elementary rookie mistake. So the width and height there are fine. I just need to do the aspect ratio again, because I didn't put parentheses around my subtraction. My brain was looking at these and for some reason grouping them like this and forgetting that division actually has a higher order of operations. Okay, that's something at least. Okay, so now I've got a scene, sort of, being rendered in view. The aspect ratio, I have to go kind of wide here because the camera view, these are like 10 units apart, and the field of view is 60 degrees, and I'm starting out at yeah. But if I was to make this full screen, which is actually kind of awkward with this view, we are still getting kind of too close of a view for what I was expecting. But hey, it's we're rendering a game scene. This is actually from a scene file in the editor viewport, so that's, you know, cool. That's great. Along the bumpy road, we've come across a whole bunch of other bugs. There's something very wrong with how frame buffers work, because I should be, when I go to do the standalone game, I should be seeing a exactly the same scene as before, because the only thing I've changed in the standalone test state is the fact that we are pushing and popping a frame buffer. Yeah, for some reason that's broken now. But yeah, we're slowly making progress, I guess. It's just not quite the play-in editor that I was hoping to get going. All right. Thanks for stopping in, you guys. Have a great night.